Okay, so I installed Oxide, made a copy of my server. I managed to get it to start with the map that I had. I'm in the process of testing the add-ons, and the funny, very, very funny thing that just happened, which I kind of wish that I was recording while I was testing it, was I did this. Oh, you gotta be looking at the block? Okay. And that scared the crap out of me. It's like, oh. I didn't know if I had, like, this is like the first start here. What's the upkeep at? Only 22,000 wood. I didn't know if I had installed Oxide properly. I didn't know if I had granted the permissions properly. But yeah. Scared the poo-poo out of me. But that's pretty cool. It seems like all the plugins that I've put in worked pretty well. The downside is I didn't find any like pre-cooked or even par-cooked custom build thing that gives me all the information that I want per tile, which, you know, that kind of sucks, but I got it to work though. And I mean, this way I don't have to go through and upgrade every individual block if I want the whole thing to be made out of metal, which brings me back to me doing all of the calculations by hand, which is not smart as that seemed. Yeah, I mean, which is not smart as that seemed to do. It's still it still was for the purpose of being a pre-compiled list that I still use. I mean, it has all the basic information of all the basic stuff. And the same thing with my Excel sheet calculator. But it would be so much easier for me to just be able to look at detailed information about the base, and I didn't do a insanely thorough job looking through the mods on UMod. I mean, I kind of just picked out the ones that seemed like they were close enough. I mean, I got the, what's the list that I downloaded here? Can't remember offhand. I have to, I'm looking it up here. Game backups, Rust, gaming stuff, which is different than backups. Oxide, plugins. I got bgrade, buildinggrades, copypaste, enhancedhammer, and freebuild. And what is the freebuild command? I had to make a notepad, look through all the different permissions, and kind of just like a cheat sheet here. And I'm sure that there's going to be some conflicts between the mods. Like, I haven't tested the copy one, which that seems really cool. So just type freebuild. Okay, so now I should just be able to build anything based on however much crap that I have. I don't really want to put boxes in this thing. And I also don't want to dump everything that I've got in my inventory. Excellent work there, thing there. Good job. Excellent job. Skipping packet due to flooding effect. Okay, so that's something new. Box. Wait, I need those. Wait, did it not remove the box from my inventory? So now I only have to give myself one of everything. Okay, that's really cool. And I'm still kind of unfamiliar with all the that's weird. So if I do up all, with it being partially, is it only gonna upgrade? Whoa! Oh, so it just goes up one regardless? Okay, so it should all be stone now. Yeah, 36,000 stone. Yeah, whatever. Current grade, none. No, see, like, I kind of feel like I was right. Well, you better not leave your base for too long because, it'll start to decay. You know, making the joke that people that make these bases never leave their base. Well, I wonder why. No, it's because if you leave your base for like an hour or two, the whole thing might start decaying, and you know that's why you have to have a group of people, because you have to have one person stationed there at all times to keep feeding the tool cabinet. I mean, and the part that makes it funny is like, it's kind of true. Like, when you log off at night, like, you build one of these big crazy bases, you gotta make sure that you have everything all planned out when you logged out, and you'd better hope that you don't hit traffic on your way back from work, or otherwise your base will start to fall apart. Like, let's try that again. That's not quite as loud, and it sounds pretty cool. A stack of 1,000 gives you an hour. I mean, the metal I mean, the metal is kind of nice, like everything being made out of pure metal. Stone is like, I guess, just your starter material, and they kind of intend it to be your starter material in the sense that, like, you know, its durability isn't great. And I mean, this is like relatively obvious stuff that I'm saying, but like they really mean it. Like it's like you can't find like a workaround with that. Like the thing that I'm saying is it seems like they really intend your bases to be made out of metal and not stone. Because I mean, the amount of raid resistance you get from a piece of sheet metal, that's right around, like, you know, the butter zone. The amount of resistance that you get for, what's this called? The amount that it costs to upgrade stuff is still lower than stone. The amount of stuff that I mean, it's really not that difficult to get a crap load of metal. No, but it really seems like they really intend all bases to be made out of sheet metal. See, like, I don't want to put the boxes in here, but at the same time, like, I don't want to keep having to go outside and swap the stuff or keep adding the stuff. Now, see, it should just be able to give me... well, I guess you need the stuff, so... I should have probably added an instant craft thing, and I don't think that you can live load plugins, so I'd have to restart everything to add more plugins to it. But that's cool, is I read how this works, and the freebuild thing gives you X amount of stuff in your inventory in hidden slots in the inventory so that you always qualify for building the amount of so that you always pass a check when it comes to saying build this thing. And then I think the mod just updates that stack again, so like you always permanently have 1,000 of all the base materials. Now see again, it really seems like they intend all of your base to be made out of metal. I mean, you can split the metal costs a little bit. I mean, but why would you want to have stone for anything? Not only does it cost more. I mean, I guess you could add a layer of stone on the outside. But see, then that takes up some of the slots in your inventory, in your tool cabinet inventory, to where you probably don't want to do that. But again, haven't found a mod that does exactly what I want it to do, in the sense that I would like to be able to get all the base statistics from this, is like, how many of this tile, how many of that tile, how many of, you know, how many of this block, how many of that block, the total upgrade costs. And like, I was looking it up, and somebody, I'm not sure if they were being serious or not, but someone asked the exact same question that I did. And it was like, is there a mod or whatever that tells you, you know, the base information, like how many tiles of this type, how many tiles of this type, how many... And And somebody replied, well, you just look at the tool cabinet and it tells you the number of blocks. Yeah, but that's not what he asked you. That's not what he, like, yes, that's the number of blocks. I mean, it's like one of those things where somebody needs a red circle to find, like, the thing that's hidden in the picture, and they ask, hey, I might need a red circle for this one. And then someone posts a picture of just a red circle. Well, it's a red circle. What you asked for? It's like, no, it's, no. What, it's not a red circle? No, it is a red circle. Well, then what do you say? Like, no, that's... So, yeah. Then why not? Why not do one more? The whole thing is now high quality metal. And I mean, that number is real low, but trying to get 3,000 high quality a day, like 4,000 high, what, yeah, 3,000 high quality metal a day. Make a video about this of like the unraidable base. It takes you about 6 million rockets to get in here. But yeah, but that's not really practical outside of a build server where you can just, well, that's not, well, it's a red circle, right? That's what you asked for. And like you see like some thumbnail with like ridiculously bright colored text with like, well, like totally blown up fonts that take up the whole thumbnail, and like somebody making a goofy face or something like, it's the bestest base ever. Makes me think of the Wojak meme, where the two guys are like pointing at the thing, like, and like, that's not my, like, it does work, yes. I mean, from a creative point of view, I'm not criticizing the people that do it, but like, I just can't believe that that works. And then again, like, I did grow up in the age of infomercials on TV, where TV was practically like the only media source. The internet was in its fledgling stages, because again, I'm old. I'm an old guy. And like, and like see, you'd have to even explain that to somebody that doesn't know what an infomercial is, because I haven't seen an actual infomercial that wasn't making fun of infomercials in a very long time, but like, people bought it. For only 16 payments of $19.99, you too can have this set of crayons. Like, are they special crayons? Oh, the most special crayons. Look at how difficult it is to use these other crayons, and like people try to draw something and like fall off the table. Like, they try to draw on the piece of paper and it catches on fire, and like they just don't know why and they don't know what to do. And like, this was the actual video. Like, I'm pretty sure that the people made it with the intention of it being funny, but it's just like what I said about memes and sarcastic jokes on the internet. I made the prediction a long time ago that there's people that aren't going to recognize that it's sarcasm and take it seriously. And you would never believe it to be true, but there are people that microwave their phones, which, don't do that. Don't microwave your phone. It's like, whoever made the joke was not serious about it. Yeah, that's a real big do not try this at home. But the thing about sarcasm is, like, it relies on people's ability to gauge objectivity, which my own personal feelings about the whole thing is, I can't believe just like the bell curve on it. I mean, like in so many words, I can't believe that people fall for clickbait. And then are disappointed that when they get into the thing, like you never see the actual image of the thumbnail in one of those image lists or whatever. Top 275 countdown of things that aren't in the thumbnail. And then you get people that will scour the whole video or whatever and look for the thumbnail to sit there at the end and be like, see, I knew it wasn't in there. You see that in the comments, like, yeah, why would it matter if it was or if it wasn't? It's just some like clickbaity picture to get people to come and watch the video of other clickbaity pictures and people's opinions on clickbaity picture, and it's like, and it's not just that I'm surprised by it or that I don't like it personally. It's just I don't like that it's now become like the accepted standard of what you have to do to make a video to have it be accepted as like a professional video. Well, you didn't make a face in the video. You didn't make a goofy face in the thumbnail. Where's the big bright colored text? Well, that's what everybody does. You're supposed to do like that. What are you doing? Geez, don't you know that people don't actually care how things actually are? They're all about how things seem like they are. Get with the freaking program already. But yeah, no, I think this is pretty cool. What these plugins seem like is they seem basically like just scripts. No, but metal does definitely seem like the go-to. I mean, this is 23,000 metal, which I'm pretty sure you only get 1,000 metal from a node. I don't think I could spawn a node. I don't even know if there's a command to do that. But yeah, these are just look like script files, which is totally cool. Like, I didn't even know what umod was, but apparently it's just it's supposed to be a universal modding framework, which I really like that idea because it kind of emulates the idea that I had for a Quake 3 mod at its most abstract, where I wanted to make a Quake 3 mod that gives the user the ability to copy and paste all the various things for all the various guns. Like, you could just go through a list, like it's just options of options, like everything that's hard-coded into the game, like the firing rate or the type of explosive or the model. It's essentially you can build like your own custom guns and stuff. I never did getting around to writing it because, I mean, it was kind of pain in the head, and at the point where the Quake 3 source was released and everything else, like, everybody had moved past there already. So, like, if I wanted any type of, you know, I mean, if I wanted it to gain any traction, it was long past the point where that would happen. But the abstract method is still the same, like the concept is still the same, in that It would be totally cool if everything that was hard-coded into the game was just made into an option. Like if that was the new standard, that would mean that anybody that ran a dedicated server or anybody that wanted to play any solo player game could just go in and be like, I think this gun should do this much damage, or I think that this should give you this much stuff. Because every one of those things is a variable that's hard-coded into the game. Like if you go through like the rocket launcher, or the shotgun, or the plasma gun, or like... I mean, it says like, you know, 25 milliseconds shot for this, 120 milliseconds shot for this, and if instead it was just a variable that got referenced, and then you made like a menu, a GUI menu, that you could just change all those variables, I mean... But again, the connection to UMod and the way that it seems like it works, seems like it's intended to work, that's pretty cool. I think that's pretty awesome. Nerds! You see, I wouldn't really be a geek or a nerd. Because a geek is somebody that doesn't have any academic understanding. And when you say academic, I mean like, you know, school-wise or like educational-wise. Like, they like pop culture stuff just because it's pop culture stuff. Like, but a nerd is somebody that likes technical stuff, but more specifically technical stuff involving like the academic portion of it. Like, I don't really fit into either category. Not even sure how I would really classify myself. That's a nice picture. Rambling incoherently test number 275. So freebuild works, the upgrade thing works. The thing that I want to test is copy and paste. So paste back, block collision, paste name, option values. So copy name options. So example would be like copy home radius 3 method building. I mean, the radius is the default is 3. It's got 2 digits max. That's the radius to search for entities around each building, parts, and deployable. So like, what, 10 then, I guess? I mean, is what I should probably use. Like, how does it decide the radius? Does it use the radius in the sense of connected blocks? Or is it the radius copy set to trees and resources? Share, code locks, building privileges, sleeping bag. Building proximity, okay, so... See, I don't know if it's 5 or 10 or what, so I'm just going to set it to 10. Copy home radius method building. But I don't want it to be named home, so let's do copy grade base. Well, let's just do copy RB. Well, see, that's confusing. Is abbreviation is nice because you don't have to type it, but it's also confusing if you don't have a key or a legend to tell you what the hell it means. So copy grade base And then just arbitrary variations, RB0, RB1. I mean, so it's supposed to be 5x. Let's do copy RB 5x. So let's try that. Successfully copied as RB 5x. So if I go over here, I should just be able to do paste. Paste name, options, values, example, auth, true, stability, false. What does stability false do? Stability, true, false. Default true sets to ignore the stability system. So I guess that means it just pastes it regardless. So option, vending, true, entity owner, position, deployables. We paste the deployable, so I would do /paste rbx5. And then options would be deployables, true. So right about here should be good. File does not exist. Oh, 5x and not x file. Nice. Okay, so that saves me some time. That's super cool. So this works, except the upkeep is way too crazy. And the other idea that I had that was kind of wanted to not have the outside walls on the outside to save on some upkeep and just put a bunch of half wall up here and maybe cut the height down a little bit. And if I wanted to have the height, I would just leave the core. So floor 1 and floor 2, and then just make this the core, like. Because if they try to drill down through the honeycomb, so if I kill this, it should make the, it should make the whole thing fall apart, like. Here we go. What? No. 5% stable, huh? Okay, so that plan didn't really work so well. But that's alright, I can still just delete that stuff. Oh, but see, it did tear the walls off those sides. I love this, this is super cool. And then, like, I like one-shotted the installation of Oxide, the mods, in the permissions. Like, this is my first go. I haven't had to restart the server since I tested it. Since I installed it. So that's super cool. So dead. See, I'm kind of disappointed. I kind of expected the whole thing to like just fall apart. Or, like fall down on top of my head. You know, make a bunch of noise or whatever. But yeah. So it should have cut some of the blocks down. I mean, that's not a really bad upkeep. The problem though is that the roof part, or the second floor part, this part is still not that durable. I mean, it is a half wall and a half wall, which, let me count that, just to make sure. So, there's one, and then, oops. So, that's the ceiling, and for this floor is that ceiling, so that's 1, 2, 3. I'd have to add 2 more. How do I do that? Like, I guess I could just save on parts and do regular walls, but before I do that and before I make the modifications to that, let me save this. So what was my save command, my copy command? So, copy RBX5 or 5X, bottom. So let's do XB. And since I have this in a text file that I'm working off, I can kind of iterate through the crap and keep track of it. But yeah, this pattern gives you, pretty sure it's 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 honeycomb to the interior. And if they're looking at this or looking at anything else, they're more than likely to try to drill through the center. See, oops, crap. Yeah, I forgot to set that up. What is the auto upgrade thing? Because the up one thing works great, except the downside is that it scans the whole base and only upgrades it 1 tier above whatever the current thing is. So if you have multiple things, and you only want to upgrade the other thing. So, bgrade B0, automatic metal, so bgrade/3 or bgrade 3. So now if I build it, it should automatically upgrade it to metal. Much better. And then what I was gonna do is just put half walls in here, make this an unusable spot. Man, that's so nice to not have to upgrade that crap every time. And then have to go back through and like... mean, that did add a crap load of tile, so... And then, like, what's the point of having this if you don't have it honeycombed with the wall? But I mean, that is the 5 going down. That's 1, 2, 3. Be nice to have a down button. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 layers of half wall. Which I forgot to put these in. Now why isn't it upgrading? Why is it saying building decaying? Oh, because it's got stone on, or wood on it. Okay. It's interesting, the auto upgrade thing didn't do the thing there. And then the magic hammer or whatever. Did it... Oops. bgrade 3. Oh, it's because it times it out. So you only have X amount of seconds before it... So you have to set it every time, like, so I'd have to do bgrade 3 again. Okay. So this is the floor. So it's 1, 2, 3, and then 4 in the middle, and then 5. Now, what do I do with this area? I mean, if they see it like this, they're just gonna blast through that. And then they're gonna be able to skip. That'd be, like, if they blasted through the top, that'd be 1, 2, 3. But then it would be 1, 2 if they went in through the side. Wonder if I put a roof on it. I think that would work. I mean, with the... I mean, I'd still have to put tiles here. And what tile would even fit there? Triangles? Yeah, see, that ain't gonna work. No, so I guess the only way to add the extra wall is, I guess, if I made this a shooting floor. Yeah, the bgrade timeout thing. The current timeout is 0, so that should mean that it just stays on permanently. Current grade none. Okay, so the timeout, setting it to 0. Changes the player's disable timer. So I don't know what the default was. Probably 60 maybe. Crunch. So the thing that we're looking at here is these are all honeycomb on the bottom. This is the core. It's a 3x3 base for a core. This is all going to be garage doors with maybe 1 or 2 armored doors on the inside. It has a shooting floor, which, I mean, I'm kind of not sure how to deal with that. Like, well, see, the problem with that is if I put a ladder hatch that goes here, I want to use the elevator because the elevator is fun, but I mean, so let me copy this to a new version. I mean, that's still a crap load of metal, but it's really not that bad. It's really not that great, but it's also really not that bad. Not compared to the 32,000 or whatever for the other thing. And this allows you to shoot from there, which, how would I do that? Because if I put an airlock that's close to the center of the base, whether I have ladder hatches to get up and down, or if I have a double layer airlock, because they're just going to go through the easiest path every time anyway. Okay, so I don't have to type that every time. If I just select it with the hammer, like, it'll automatically, based on whatever the upgrade is. So like, if I select something different, oh no, you do have to set it if you want it to be something else. There you go. I mean, once they get in here, they would have to go through one piece of metal, and then if they blew this out, it would open up the floor, so it'd be 1, 2, 3. But I mean, most of the time, they're not going to go through the mid-section. They're either going to go through the airlock, try to get up to the shooting floor, or land on the top and just go through the top, which they're going to end up regretting that, because that's 5 layers of metal, which, when we look at the chart, I mean, that's like, what, 40 rockets to burrow through there? I mean, anything is any amount of rockets. Any base is just sulfur. So, yeah, using the 8 value, which is overkill. So it would be 40 rockets or 20 C4. And then you still have the option to make this interior all high quality metal. And this is not a mistake, this is a, using the chart, if each garage door is 3, and I've got 5 walls on this side and 5 honeycomb on that side, which is the same as the ceiling, so it's 40 rockets, so it'd be 40 divided by 3. Which, what is that on the calculator, just to be sure? 40 divided by 3 is 13.333, so 14 would be overkill for garage doors. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And then the door to get in and out easily. So this is now equal using garage doors in this interior as it is from the walls from this side, as it is from the going through the very center. And even if they didn't go through the center, they drilled down through the top or climbed in through one of the windows. If I put shooting wall windows up there, I mean, that'll make that a little harder, but it'll be 1, 2, and they can't get to the core without hitting honeycomb or hitting the half wall interior core. So it'd be 1 through the ceiling, 2 through the ceiling, and then 3, and then 4. So I mean, that's still 4 walls that they have to go through, even if they try to skip some. But I mean, again, they're not going to assume that this part isn't, like, they're not going to assume that this part is hollow. The only reason that they would assume that it's hollow is if they happen to be blowing up just one corner of this part, and then they see that it's hollow. But I mean, once they get to that point, they're already spent all those freaking rockets. Like, and then I'm still not sure what to do as far as the shooting floor goes. The only thing that I could think of that makes any sense is, like, I mean, I want it to be connected to the airlock, but it would make more sense to have it not be connected to the airlock. Like, if I came out the airlock, because I don't want to have to add 2 airlocks. Like, I don't want the ladder hatch or the elevator to connect to any part of the interior. Because if they see a ladder hatch on the top, that's the same as a sheet metal door, and they're just gonna go through there. Plus, it's like X marks the spot. So how the hell would I do that? I mean, it's like 6 of one, half a dozen of another, and with not with still causing you to have to go outside of your base to get up through the base. Like, any one of these, I absolutely don't want to make a ladder hatch. This part is all still part of the honeycomb. I don't want to add a ladder hatch here because they're going to see that and just blow that section out and then go through there. I mean, what would that even look like? I mean, they would, I guess I could just honeycomb that section. And then how do I get up to the roof? And like, see, then if they see that, like, they're gonna see a ladder hatch, a garage door, and then like a section of the honeycomb of the airlock that goes over here. That, I mean, and that's kind of stupid on my part. Like, I mean, it's the same thing as you build a whole stone building and you put the one metal thing that's visible from the outside where your tool cabinet is, and it's like, I wonder where their tool cabinet is. It couldn't possibly be where the one metal thing that's visible from the outside could be. Whatever you do, don't shoot that one right there. Don't shoot the metal one. I mean, whereas otherwise if it was all stone, anybody looking at it from the outside, they'd have no idea where the tool cabinet was. Don't shoot that metal one. I mean, I'm kind of tempted to do that. So, just for the sake of like, just showing what I'm talking about, like, I wonder which one is the good stuff behind it. Like, you're just going around the outside of the wall, and the other walls are all just stone, like, I mean... Piggy, piggy! Like, you know, you're looking at the outside of this house. Just imagine it's a bigger house or whatever, and you're like, And if the whole thing looks like this, or the whole thing looks like metal, you're not going to be able to differentiate where the good spot is. Whatever you do, don't blow up that one. Couldn't possibly have the tool cabinet behind that. I mean, they just upgraded that one particular panel for absolutely no reason at all. There's not any reason in particular that they upgraded this one and not any of the other ones. So just like, whatever you do, don't shoot that one. Like, wonder which panel I should aim for. Probably not the metal one. Probably not that one. Don't shoot that one, because that one's just upgraded for absolutely no reason at all. And then you see, I've seen people do this before too, is like, they'll put metal right next to stone with no separator between the two. Like, they just have the tool cabinet next to the metal one, like, and it's like, it's a good thing that they put that metal one right there. Like, they don't have a garage door, they don't have double doors, they don't have a wall. They just have the tool cabinet blocked off with the one metal thing, like, couldn't possibly be this one right here. Yeah, it wasn't that one at all. And then you get the people that do this, like, you know, you build your, like, standard 2x2 or whatever. And I have to say this because it's true, is the amount of raid resistance 2 sheet metal doors has on freaking compared to a stone wall is like, but this is the thing they always do, is like, if their airlock is on this square, whether it's honeycombed or not, they always put, like, not always, but always in the sense of, like, almost 100% of the time, they always put the tool cabinet physically as far away from the door as they can. And I think that's like some like caveman hoarding instinct or something, like it doesn't have any honeycomb or anything separating it or making it more difficult to get to, but it needs to be as far away from the door as possible. Just make sure that when they blow the 2 doors off, that they have to walk a little farther, I guess, like. And again, I'm not being mean, I'm like, but like me, this is what happens, is like, if I wanted to raid a 2x2, just for either quick resources or just to get the annoying neighbor with the crossbow out of, like, they move in, throw the 2x1 up, and the next thing you know, like, you're out mining something and it's like, crunch! And you look over and it's some dude with a crossbow, and it's like, so there's their airlock on this side. I wonder which possible corner they could have their tool cabinet in. It was that one. Like every freaking time, dude, like... And I mean, it's so satisfying to be right about it, and it's also disappointing to be right about it, and sad, because it's like... I mean, the poor people doing that stuff, they're not really putting much thought into it, other than it's gotta be the farthest thing away from the door. Yeah, but do you have garage doors or like double doors inside of the door? No. But it's gotta be the one that's farthest away from the door, though. But I gotta still solve this problem here. And all of this honeycomb has only doubled what my, and since I got the copy and paste thing now, I kinda wanna build it. I go away from here, say upkeep at 28 hours. I go over here and build my metal one. My metal 2x1. So, that should be good. Just your standard honeycomb metal 2x1. And then one. It's only gonna have 2 layers from each side, so that's what, 16 rockets? So 16 divided by 3 is what? Let me get the calculator, just so I'm sure. So 16 divided by 3. So you need 5.3, so you need 6 to have overkill, and then a door, so that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then the door. Man, I do like the plugins. The plugins are freaking awesome. And I'm so very proud of myself. Because I one-shot that thing. Like, they did a good job with the installation thing. Like, you just download Oxide, copy and paste your folders, server, so you can still have your vanilla stuff the way it is. I retitled mine underscore Rust server Oxide with an underscore between it. So I still had all my maps and everything. Because this is a build that I used from the vanilla server, and then you just paste the Oxide stuff over it, and then you just download and paste the Oxide plugins in the Oxide folder inside the Rust folder. And then I use this command just because it's only me on my sandbox server. Like, you'd have to change this if you tried to run an actual server, but this is a command that I used. It was probably hard to see, but oxide.grant group default permission star. Let's see if the server registered that. Yeah. but yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I miscounted. Just give it a little bit of overkill there. So that's it. I mean, since Oxide apparently comes with 2 groups by default, they have the default group, which is everybody, and then they have the admin group. But since there's nobody in any groups, and since I'm automatically in the default group, and since it's only ever going to be on my dedicated server, I just give myself all the permissions, or anybody that joins the server all the permissions. And it totally works. I was really anticipating it being much more difficult, because it usually is. It's usually a night of the mare. The rocket lawn of the chair. Yeah. Okay, so let's put this in here. Why is it not letting me build this stuff? Almost always easier to put this up like this. That's close enough to perfect. Put a shelf. It is not a tool cabinet, it is a tool cupboard. It's a tool cupboard. Does it look like it's crooked? Because it is. But yeah, this is mainly just to keep the satchel crew out. is really, and it works for the most part. It works until it doesn't, just like everything else, but it's got the highest durability, the lowest footprint. The huge downside, though, is that anybody that goes past this is going to be like, there's stuff in there. I bet they got stuff in there. Because anybody that has enough metal to keep the upkeep on a full metal house, there's probably definitely stuff in there. Like, probably definitely, most definitely stuff in there. And then what I did is, I'm pretty sure I put honeycomb this part on this part too. I think it went up to about here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what I did. So then it makes it less desirable to try to go through and skip any part of the airlock, because you end up spending the same amount of rockets than what the person did correctly. That was the correct way to go about raiding the base, is either through the walls as the ceiling or the airlock, and they chose the ceiling. But I mean, still, that's like, what, 8 C4? Or like, what, 16 rockets to get through those two things? I mean, it was totally worth their 16 rockets, because when they broke in, they got 4 C4, a satchel, and 18 rockets. But again, I'm at the point in the live server where there's not really anybody to raid. I don't really have a reason to raid anybody. I have all the blueprints. And like, if I did raid somebody, where would I put it all and what would I do with it? Like, and then there's not really much of PvP or anything, because most of roaming around as a solo consists of, you either sneak up on somebody that doesn't see you and you kill them, or they sneak up on you and then kill you without you seeing them, and there's not really much gunfire between the two of them. The very rare chance that you both happen to be behind cover and you both happen to be a solo. And then the even more rare chance that there happens to be like a duo or a trio and you happen to kill one or two of them. Like, but that's so rare that it practically never happens. It's usually, you know, you sneak up on them or they sneak up on you. Or you get, like, ran over by a group of, like, 4 or more people. Like, even if you manage to kill one of them, like, but yeah. So let me continue fleshing this base out here. And I think I'm just gonna do the whole thing like I normally do. But this is my go-to as far as time, space, raid durability, and everything else. Like, because you fill up the whole tool cabinet with metal and you get like a full day's worth of crap out of it. You know, a full 7 days worth of upkeep out of it. Oh, I forgot my rockets. I mean, I kind of do plan on going back to the other server. Because it is fun. I mean, I'm disappointed that my base got raided or whatever, but like, I do have all the blueprints. And the last I checked, which I could have changed, but the last I checked, I still have a backup with a workbench level 2. And even if I don't, it's not that difficult to get them back. Especially because all I would have to do is collect enough crap to make a road sign set and a SAR and a handful of bullets and then go through the tunnels. Because I really like the tunnels. Which I hadn't really done the tunnels very much before, but it's basically like a free never-ending monument. Free in the sense that there's hardly anybody down there besides the NPCs. If you run out of NPCs or crates, you can just continue through there until you run out of bullets or armor duration or your gun falls apart. But you get a ridiculous amount of comps. You get a good handful of scrap. I don't think I've left there without at least 200 or 300 scrap every time. Without recycling anything. The only stuff that you might have to recycle is like a camera or a computer. Or the odd tech trash stuff. So there's like no time that you spend at the recycler. I mean, if you wanted pipes... Like, if you wanted to recycle a stack of pipes for high quality, you could do that, I guess, but like... No, I really, really like the tunnels. And then you had that either duo or other people in the chat watching all the tunnel exits because I killed that dude and he couldn't handle it. Like, he totally was like, he goes right to chat and is like, that person is, there's a person coming out of the tunnels and they're totally loaded. And also he could have taken my face mask, but he didn't because I forgot it. But I don't care about the face mask. I mean, I probably should have taken it though. I probably could have used it for the rest of the run in the tunnels, but... And then I run away from him, I get away from him, and he just throws all of his grenades out of frustration. And it's like, I can understand him being frustrated. But I mean... Not enough to waste that gunpowder on just throwing grenades. The alternative is he really thought that he was going to get me with the grenades, but I'm pretty sure that he realized that I'd gotten away from him, because even if he chased me down there, I could have went either left or right, and then at either junction from left or right, I could have went left or right. But if he had followed me, he could have probably gotten me. Because you'd have to run and shoot the NPCs in front of you anyhow. You can't just run down the tunnel in X direction and eventually you would hear gunfire. Like... But yeah. Let me finish this here mixing table. No, I like these mods. These plugins, really cool. Kinda disappointed I didn't find the exact kind that I wanted, that told me the exact tiles in a base or whatever, but like... It seems like it's not as far as it usually is. Which, would I be able to get more space if I faced them the other way? Because I'm pretty sure that they would mesh together better. It does kind of look like more space, kind of. A barbecue. And yet the barbecue is not fitting in here. And yet I know that I've done it on the main thing, so what the hell is ailing this thing? You know how nice it would be if it just auto snapped too? You know? Like it gave you the option to auto snap too, like. What's so weird is I managed to do this, get this to fit. Okay, here we go. But I did say that on the other server, is I knew that was exactly the thing that was going to happen, is somebody was going to eventually discover the base and then be running past it and be like, it looks like there's stuff in there. And it turns out that they were right. Which again brings me back to, I've made it through an entire wipe with just a stone 2x2 with 2 sheet metal doors on it, and it got ignored. And because people never assume that you can fit, like if you look at just this section here, this is just in a 2x2. This fits in a 2x2 with the airlock and everything else, or a 2x1. I made it through a whole wipe in a 2x1 with just this, and maybe a few less garage doors on the airlock. I mean, and using a separate base for the mixing tables, and like, this is all just, the 2x2 just gives you all this extra storage in the mixing tables. So is this not wired up to that thing? Like, I didn't close that. Should be paired. It says it is paired. Do I have it double paired? Can you double pair a garage door to something? Did I close it? Oh. Let's see, that's weird. I mean, I've gotten it paired to that door before. Should be paired to it now. Okay. For whatever reason, I managed to get it double paired to the other door. Oh, that's interesting. It doesn't give you infinite key locks, huh? No, but I think that's good as far as copying this to, in case I want to build it again for whatever reason. Let me go to the, where is it, the copy thing. Slash copy M2x2 radius 10 method building. So that should work. So now if I want to go paste that somewhere, like, see, I don't think I'm going to make it out the door if I try to do this. That looks like there's stuff in there. They're right. And it is an easy base. I mean, if you have explosives, this will deter eco raiders and satchel crews, but it will make it a prime target for people that have rockets and C4. But I'm guessing that the ceiling looks like the prime target, which means if you're going to upgrade any panels, it should probably be the 4 ceiling tiles. It's probably the ones to upgrade. Hans. What's up, Hans? So I wanted to paste that again someplace, just for fun, because I can if I wanted to go like up here. Bigger. And if I do the paste command, paste M2x2. I usually make that a smart switch, but I don't have the Rust Plus stuff hooked up to the server. You gotta do like port forwarding and stuff, but I mean, this isn't a bad looking base. The 17,000 metal is kind of daunting. But then, like, you got people that build, like, just a 2x2 and add a bunch of walls to the top of it. And they put, like, airlocks through the walls and, like, or through the ceiling tiles and stuff, and it goes right down to their core part. And then they stick the roof panels on the outside. Well, it looks like the same base that everybody else builds, so it must be a harder base to raid. Is the logic that anybody running past it has. And like, then if you put stone walls around it, you know, on the bell curve kind of thing, like, but unlike those bases, this is harder to raid. I mean, if they tried to drill down through the middle, they would find nothing but honeycomb half wall caps. If they tried to drill in through the base of the side, they'd find nothing but sheet metal honeycomb. They're really, really unlikely to try to blow in through the side of the wall because you don't really know what's in, you know, the middle section. They might try to save some explosives and slap ladders on these, which I should probably put the shooting wall windows in. What are they even called? Window caps? Sheet metal window shooters? Sheet metal door. What the hell is it called? I have no idea what it's called, and you can't... Oh, crap. You can't scroll up and down with this. Page up and page down don't work. Is it a covering? What the hell is it called? You can't search properly with it. So items maybe? Construction? No. So it isn't, it's not in items either. Is it in common? No, it's not in common. Oh, it's called an embrasure. Yeah, I would have totally guessed that at some point. Wait. Is that a Santa Claus beard? Card Movember mustache. Crap. Crap. Why does it do that? I'm not. It says it's gonna be on the outside. But again, then there's the problem of how do I get up there for one? I mean, it's either I put a 2x1 honeycomb thing right here and either put a ladder hatch in there and then put a ladder hatch on the underneath. But I mean, ladder hatches are equivalent to a sheet metal door, so it'd be sheet metal door, garage door, ladder hatch, garage door. I mean, that's only 2 freaking garage doors. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, like, I don't want to make the whole airlock. I don't want to double up the whole airlock and then have to run all the way to the end and then come out this way and then go all the way back to get through the 3 different sections. And then instead of having the straight airlock, I can kind of, I guess, try to make the airlock snake around the outside. Oh, so you can't put triangles here. I mean, I guess that adds an extra layer of honeycomb to that one side, but I mean, I don't like it. No, sir, I don't like it. Now, let me just finish this section of the airlock and then figure out what to do, because it's convenient to have the trapdoors or the elevator closer to the airlock, but it also gives people, like, it also gives them easy access to the inside of the airlock. Which I guess the only alternative to that would be to put metal double doors here. Because what is the raid resistance for double doors? I mean, there are 4 rockets. Or 2 C4. But I mean, that's roughly the same as a garage door. I mean, you do get 200 extra HP out of it, but anybody that's has a brain would fly over this and probably land on the top if you don't have the SAM sight. and then look around and be like, oh look, there's a ladder hatch over here. And, you know, the 2 rockets, or the 1 rocket and the explosive bullets to get through the ladder hatch. They get down into this section, which, I mean, you kind of can't see downward, which means you'd have to put, like, boxes or something to stand on. I mean, the easiest solution is to just say screw it. That's probably the easiest solution. I mean, all of these need door frames for one, so I do know that. Does need walls. I mean, any place that they see the ladder hatch on the top, which, I mean, the easiest solution there is to not just ever go on the top, because why would I go on the top of my base? If I really needed to get on the top, I could just go out the airlock and put ladders on the outside. I mean, that's probably the easiest solution that makes the most sense. But as far as getting in the shooting floor goes, just, yeah, I think I'm just gonna put a triangle right here. put mixing tables and industrial crap and like but yeah, I mean, still the easiest way to raid this would be freaking... I don't have a door frame here. Would be to just blast through this cap up here. I mean, all just for the convenience of not having to go through the garage doors. But I mean, I'm already up to 22,000 metal. So it'd be what, 4 rockets for the sheet metal, 2 rockets for this, and then 3. So it'd be 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 17. So it'd be 21 rockets to get through that section. I mean, that looks super freaking weird with the airlock sticking off of it like that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And an extra bit of honeycomb here. Yeah, you can't really see like that. I wonder, probably not gonna match this up properly. Ah, crap. Yeah, it looks a little stupid. Why is it blue and why does it say not enough space? This part is a huge waste. Perfect. What if I put two triangles? Oh, surprisingly, that actually kind of works. And of course, that doesn't. Why is it leaving that freaking gap there? It's kind of overkill. I mean, like, they're gonna know that's the airlock. And if they blast through this wall, man, it's kind of just a waste of honeycomb. But it does kind of protect this section. So no, it's not really a waste of honeycomb. Not really. It is kind of necessary. Because it does force them to expend the extra 7 or 8 rockets that they would have otherwise spent on the airlock. It would be nicer if this lined up better. There we go. Did the game just crash? Seriously? Did the server crash? No, the game just crashed. Oops. Server crashed. Oopsie. Of course, if somebody shows up to watch me surf around with this thing here. Oh, and I'm not trying to build, like, the bestest bases ever. I'm mostly learning how to, how I would go about building the bestest bases ever. Derpy herb, herb, derp herb. Derpy herb. Any second now. But yeah, from what I'm seeing, it's no matter what you do, you're burning the candle at both ends. No matter what you do. In every case, it's like the worst case scenario. If you build a smaller base, it looks like an easier target because it is an easier target because the only way to make it a harder target is to put more walls on it. The downside of putting more walls on it is it looks like it's an even better target. And then you have people that build big bases that do end up being easy to raid because they just look like they're a raid base. Like they haven't done any kind of calculation as far as like what the actually the cost of raiding crap would be. Where's those code blocks at? Don't want to throw them in the base. Or key locks. You see, you would think that this would be a waste of space, except this whole core down to the central core is just half wall honeycomb. And the only solution that I can think of as far as making it so it's not easier to get through here, like if I put another ladder hatch like over here to get out, up onto the top of the roof, like, I mean, the only thing that is opening me up to is it just makes the base that much easier. It goes from being 7 rockets to get through this layer to 2 rockets. You know, if I'm up on the shooting floor, that goes from 7 to they find the weak point, which is like, oh, I guess the ladder hatch marks the easy spot. Then it goes to ladder hatch, 2 garage doors, another ladder hatch, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 garage doors. And you do lose some of your rockets that way, and they're gonna pick the easiest way to go every time anyway, so like... I kinda like it. Because all of this stuff down here, from any side, there's 5 walls of sheet metal. And 2 sheet metal walls is roughly a high quality metal wall, so that equals 2 high quality metal walls. And you're probably wondering what this is, and the whole point of this thing is go to where roughly about where the building privilege stops, so about here, so I place like a marker. So right around here, I guess. This is just a placeholder. 1, 2, 3, 4. So if I put my triangle here, and then delete all of this stuff, and you build your triangle first, since it's built off of that house and it's perfectly aligned to the house, if you build it first, then any tool cabinet that's older than a newer tool cabinet will override that tool cabinet. Let me dump all my building stuff in here. So now this tool cabinet is older than that tool cabinet, so I don't have to give myself all the metal again, so I'll leave like a stack in there. So, say somebody raids your base and they put their tool cabinet in, but since you build that thing before you build this base, this tool cabinet is a younger tool cabinet than that tool cabinet. So say they raid your base, and you want to get your base back, and you don't want to have to raid through the walls or whatever doors. I mean, you'll still have to remove the doors, but if you just want the tool cabinet back, just to have it be, you know, your tool cabinet, and you connect this thing, and that sound that you just heard was no more tool cabinet. All because this door frame contacts that door frame. Which I'm pretty sure they tried to patch that, so you couldn't do that. But I found a way to make it work again. So you only get 600, huh? I can't remember if that's different or not. I thought it used to be 1,000. Unless it's a jackhammer that gives you 1,000. And for a second it seemed like the different grades of tools gave you different stuff. I'll find another metal node. I'm guessing it's still just 600. Nope, you get 473. So they did change that. You do get less for a stone pick. Which that's what I thought it was initially. Would you stop? Here, have some jackhammer. There you go. But apparently, a jackhammer doesn't get you any more than that does anymore anyway. So that gets you the same amount, but what about a metal pick? No, it does say 50 and 30. Get back over there, son. Good. That's weird. It gives you 600, which is the same as... So the only bad one is, I guess, this one. Probably the rock. So you only have 24 upkeep with this, and this is 559 blocks. So you've got a day to mine and cook 22,901 divided by 600. Every day you have to go out and mine 38.16, so about 39. You have to mine and cook 39 metal nodes for this every day. Before you can go out and do anything else. So the good majority of your time is going to be spent just making metal just for this thing. Which, since I've got it copy and pasted, I guess the way to reduce some of the metal costs is I can leave the floors like that, but if I make this all high quality, it eats 111 high quality a day. Jeez. And you're still up to 22,000? I mean, I guess you can make the airlock floor out of stone to remove some of the metal costs. Because you don't really need the floor to be... And foundationing that isn't gonna help you any. Like... It didn't really remove that much, and you're still only up to 22 hours. You can only fit that much metal in a tool cabinet anyhow. No, trying to make this stone in high quality to offset the stuff is no. It just eats up too much high quality. You'd have to get... I mean, for a group, I mean, that's kind of doable for a group, but for a solo player, maybe if you had a berry farm that just cranked out pure teas the whole time, but I mean, you'd have to go out and mine 40 metal nodes a day without a tea and then cook them. At that point, it would make sense to just have freaking electrical furnaces going all the time. I mean, it is 40 rockets from... If they went in to try to blast through the base, that's 40 rockets. If they tried to go directly through the center floor, that's 40 rockets. But this would, if they didn't go through the floor, this would be 7. Well, let's do 8. So 8. And then 2. That's 10. And then another 2. Well, there's 2 garage doors. So, what? So, 10, 13, 16, 18, 21, 24, 27, 30, 33 rockets. That's not too bad. If they just went in through the path of least resistance. But unless you can get a full 24 hours upkeep as soon as you log off, then if you're late, then your stuff is gonna decay. Like, so having seen it and making jokes about it, no, it's totally reasonable to say that people are afraid to leave their base because it'll decay. Like, but since they did change relatively how easily it is to get tier 3 explosives and tier 3 everything, which it should be easier for people to do that, because before they added the tech tree, it was a freaking nightmare where it was just practically impossible for anybody that wasn't in a group to go out and get tier 3 stuff. But yeah, whether they go through the airlock, whether they blast through this wall, I mean, it's still like 20 or 30 rockets at the lowest point. I mean, that would probably be the fastest way to do it. So this would be 8. And then 11, 14, 16, 19, 22, 25, 28, what, 31? And then if you half that for, I mean, that'd still be like 15 C4 to get through there. And it's not a tremendous waste of space, in the sense that, like, you have a ton of room for activities. But this is definitely like a group base. Just in farming the metal, you need... It's freaking obscene though, but back to what I was saying with how easy it is to get rockets and C4. I mean, they would probably have to up the durability to make you require more rockets. Like if they up the durability for stuff. Because it's kind of too easy to raid everything right now. I mean, it might potentially force people into offlining stuff more often, but they do that anyway. I've never really built one of these before. And I'm not entirely done with it either. And that I kind of have to, I gotta add a SAM site to prevent people from landing on it. I've got to add a stone wall and 4 turrets. I don't think I've ever used windmills before. Because they add to the building costs, whereas you could just do a whole bank of solar panels and chain them together. You get about as much power as you would need anyway. And then if you just split off the systems based on large batteries, and plus there's plenty of space in here to put large batteries and industrial crap and like but you don't want to add an airlock on your roof because that turn like you add one doorway on your roof and it makes all of the durability of every other piece of metal worthless because those 8 rockets gets turned into 2 because they're always gonna go through the freaking airlock. Like, why would they be up here and then be looking at all this metal and then look at a triangle airlock or a square airlock or a square trapdoor and be like, not gonna waste the 2 rockets on that. Let's just burrow through the center here with more explosives. Like, I mean, there is somewhat of a downside. I guess I could put barbed wire up here. Just to prevent people from climbing up there and camping you on your door. This does only have the one exit. But since it is only just pure metal for the upkeep, and I'm looking at the 25 hours, so that does give you some barrier, if you have this thing fully full, it is doable, it is maintainable, but that would mean that your schedule would have to allow for you to log out and then come back within the exact time that you logged out, or your base is gonna be decayed. Like, the other thing that I don't like about windmills is they just draw huge amounts of attention. And roughly 3 solar panels, like in between 2 or 3 solar panels at full power, is the same as a windmill. And since you can chain them with root combiners, and since you can chain root combiners, I mean, granted, I know that windmills give you power at nighttime, but so long as you're good enough with electrical stuff to, as long as you're good enough with electrical stuff, then you don't really have to worry about you don't have to worry about that. You can just use solar panels and then switch over to battery systems. And since I'm pretty sure a large battery outputs 100, which is the same as a windmill, and so long as your day system switches over to charging the batteries, and since there's no limit on how many solar panels you can have as many solar panels that cover your roof to power everything, and not have to put freaking windmills on it. I mean, but let me just see, because I'm in testing mode here. Wind turbine. So you can place these anywhere. Like, and I know that they have to be higher to give you more power. But again, I've never used them, and I don't know how high is. Like, I mean, this is giving you 104. Does it matter what way you place them? Like, if I place this one that way, oh, it always just places them in the direction that they're supposed to go anyhow, regardless of how you put the base on them. 105. So if I went higher than that, how much would it give me? And we're what, 3 floors off the ground in it already? See, I don't want to use stone. I mean, that only gives you 38 more. And since I don't think you can have a limit on how many windmills you have, I mean, what does it cost to craft a windmill? Oh, crap. Three sheet metal, 10 high quality metal. I mean, that's not really... It's not that bad, I mean... And only to get 38 more out of it. I mean, I kinda just stack them right on the top of this thing. I mean, can you put nets in those? I mean, I guess as well, I was gonna say, you could use this as a sniping spot. But people get super upset if you're a roof camper. Hi. I mean, it only gets you 38 more. I mean, mean, that's almost half. And that's at 4 things. Kinda don't like it. I'm pretty sure it doesn't change at nighttime. Why is it giving me 150 now? Does it change throughout the day? How was it at 138 before? I still kind of like solar panels though. Just cover the whole top of this thing in solar panels. We just use batteries. But I mean, for it to get a constant 150, I might end up liking windmills. But how much does it change the upkeep though? So 23,507. I'm not gonna remember that. I mean, it adds what? 23,507 minus 22,901. It adds 600 metal upkeep to it. I mean, since you could just slap them on the top and it's relatively tall enough already. Oh, so there is a little bit of a proximity. I mean, 4 windmills, even at that amount of power, is how much? 117, 114. I mean, that's already more power than any person should need for any crap that they do. And I don't think that those by themselves increase the upkeep. No, they don't. Cool. Why can't I fit another one here? Oh well. I mean, that's still more power than anywhere one person would need, like. And again, there's that aspect of it too, is people would look at that and be like, they got stuff in there. But this kind of just feels like a fantasy build at this point. It doesn't really seem like it's anything that, I don't think it's anything that I would build in game. And this has more durability and is less blocks than this thing. You get a crap load of space out of it. But it's the old form follows function, in the sense that the reason this looks the way that it does is because of how the individual blocks work together. It's because of the constraints of the parameters of the paradigm. The conundrums of the purviews of your conundrums. And that's roughly just tall enough to see over stone wall. And if you're gonna have one windmill, why not have freaking, what is that, 3, 6, 7, why not have 7 windmills if you're gonna have that many windmills? Sorry, Hans. I missed. Missed again. Yeah, you can't tell what I'm doing wrong. Not that, am I not shooting high enough? So let's try the third one. Nope. I guess I was heading up. Oops. Gonna shoot you in the butt. Again, I've never taken the time to try to build one of these, but up to this point, this is like my best try. Like, I'm still kind of learning how to do this. So, probably not the best. But my reasoning is that, like, take another picture here. My reasoning is that they can only go into the base from so many different directions. Certain things have certain raid resistance, and they don't really have a choice. There's not another option between go through the walls, the ceiling, or the airlock. And I'm pretty sure I've calculated, you know, I've taken that stuff into account properly. There's not an easier way that I can see to get in the base. Because no matter where they try to blow through the base, since the whole central core, starting from the base, from the ceiling of the interior core, is nothing but half wall caps. I mean, if they decide to land and then, you know, after taking out the SAM site, and then go through the center, I think there's what, 5? There's 5 floors there. And then if they try to blow their way through the side on the base, there's 5 walls from all 4 sides because of the pattern that I used. If they try to get to the weak point in the airlock, there isn't one, because the same amount of explosives that they would spend on any one of these panels to get through into the interior would still leave all of the same, and I counted, it would leave all of the same amount of garage doors and other crap to get through. And I was looking at armored doors, and yeah, they are tougher, but they're not significantly tough enough to merit using anything but garage doors. Other than, I guess, the psychological value of, you know, now they see an armored door. But then there's that, is if you're offline and you got a team of like 4 or 5 people with a crap load of rockets, they'll hold the position on the base until they can go bring more rockets to get through. So like, whether it's like 2 rockets or 40 rockets, people are going to go out and get the rockets to get through the base. Which, the only thing that I could think of to increase like the sustainability of like the playthrough on a month-long wipe server is to increase the durability of the building tiles. If you didn't change any other aspect of the game and only made the buildings more resistant to explosives and left everything else the same, I mean, it wouldn't have to be a significant amount, but even if you doubled everything, it would give people on both ends of the spectrum, it would give people just starting out more of a chance to get started out. And then it would give people that are established and have built a base because instead of being 40 rockets, this would be 80 rockets. Or 40 C4 to get through the toughest part of it. And then still it would be like 60 C4 to get through the... Or, it would still be like 40 C4 to get through the weakest part of it. But I mean, people do got to sleep, people do got jobs, and people do got things to do during the day, so you can't just be online 24/7. The only thing I could think of to fix that is if you recruited a crew of people where their normal playtime, like if you take the 3 shifts in an average workday, if you had at least one person from all 3 shifts, even if they're all not online together, you take shifts guarding the base because that's their normal playtime. But you wouldn't really be a group in the sense of just being 3 solos sharing a base. Because you're never going to all be online at the same time. Because the other person's either going to be sleeping or at work. in their free time is when they're gonna play, when they're not sleeping or at work. There's only just a few hours in a day for that. I'm just waiting for something to jump out at me as far as like an idea or something to pop out. Like, I mean, these look cool and they do give you a place to peek over, but anybody that's watching your base, they can see your head peek out through this. And your head becomes a big target, because in order for you to shoot them, you have to see them, and if you can see them, they can see you. Whereas that compared to these, I mean, you can duck, and you're blocked from any incoming fire. And you can move from one window to the next, to where they might not see you. And these compared to the vertical ones, I mean, the vertical ones really just kind of get in your way. But this way you have cover and the whole... Then with the box there, you can crouch and shoot downward with it. And then if you're getting shot at, you just fall off the box and crouch and like... But again, this is closer to like a fantasy build, I guess. The upkeep cost is just way too high. I mean, that's kind of a game balance issue. I mean, it's either they lower the amount of explosives or increase the durability, or decrease the upkeep cost, which allows you to build bigger bases. But as it is now, with how easy it is for everybody to get to tier 3, and since it's an eventuality now, and not a matter of like difficulty, like you used to have to run monuments. You had to run monuments. You had to hope for a drop for a thing, and then you had to BP that thing, and then whatever scrap that you had to BP, like the most essential crap you had. But I love the tech tree, because that opens up the playing field to everybody. But the downside is, since it opens up the playing field to everybody, there's more people with rockets and C4 running around and just blowing up bases to just blow up bases. And since you don't lose your blueprints, it's only just a matter of time before a person that was completely leveled is back up to tier 3 and has rockets and explosives and crap again. And then as far as my base that got raided on the other server, that person can just have that stuff. It looks like he's only got the one sheet metal door to get back in my base. But I don't want to bother with it, because even if I satcheled my way through the one sheet metal door it looks like he's got, then freaking all of my boxes are probably empty. So it would just be a waste of time. Which, I mean, that did kind of give me another idea. Like if you just add a bunch of half wall caps to a 2x2, but then you end up, I mean, then you kind of end up in this territory over here, is like, in order for everything to be equal. I think this thing decayed. Oh no, it's still here. You kind of end up in this territory here where, like, yeah. I mean, this isn't a bad build. It's all just for a honeycomb 2x2. And the upkeep costs on it is still pretty bad. I mean, it's half the cost of what the other thing is, even unfinished. But it's not a not viable build. I mean, between the two of them, that one has more durability and more space and a shooting floor. But this one is probably closer to the thing that I would probably build. I don't know if it's... I can't remember if it's got half walls in here or not. So right now this has what? 1, 2, 3, 4 layers. I think that solves the problem that I was having before, because I'm pretty sure that this is 4 from the outside. I can't freaking remember. Oh, right, I was trying to make it taller, I guess. Oh no. No, I guess that works. I guess that's not too bad. Because again, the durability isn't nearly as much as the other one. And looking at it from the outside, that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, and I'm pretty sure that was what, 5? 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, that's the same as 2 high quality. So no, this is not really that bad. Then I can do the same thing with this one as I did with the other one. Is chances are they're gonna go to the center square and not realize that this is all hollow. Then, even if they don't realize that it's not all hollow, I think I'm happy with that. I mean, if it were me, I would try to blast through the center. I mean, you're totally exposed up here, so I might even put the roofs on the outside. But I'm looking at the airlock. I mean, that looks super goofy. Super duper goofy. So, yeah, how does it look again? Super duper goofy. Yeah. That's so cringy. Oh my god, you're so cringy. You're so cringy. Everything is cringy. Easy there, Sheen. Easy. Super cringy. Yeah, it's not too bad. I mean, you could add a shooting floor up here, but with this being a smaller base, I would think I would just use this for storage and other crap, like... I think I'm really, like, I went from hating this base to, I think I really like it now. This is almost half the upkeep cost. It's not even. It's not exactly even. I mean, it's 4 from one side and 5 sheet metal from the other side. But it is manageable as far as the raid cost goes. As far as the upkeep cost goes. And I mean, I could make the airlock come out and go along the side. Like I did with the other one. But I mean, that doesn't really give me any benefit. It doesn't really change anything. Not beneficially to me, anyway. Because I like putting the garage doors, and I like putting the furnaces going the whole way down. But again, since I'm going to be putting a stone wall around it, and have the big furnaces, I mean, kinda don't need the small furnaces. I mean, I guess there's not any reason to not have both of them. But let me copy this. So copy L 2x2 fortified. Now the thing that I'm wondering is, did it try to paste the, did it copy the stone walls too? I mean, it only says building and not, what's the other option? So I don't need to type out radius, I can just type R. Okay. The default is proximity. So I guess it just copies the building part. That's the paste thing. Paste. Deployable is true. Oh. Oops. Oopsie. So I guess it pastes it wherever you're looking. So if I look here, and then do the paste thing. That's pretty cool. That's freaking awesome. I'm so pleased with that. The downside is the foundations on this thing. Holy crap. Then there's that, as I'm looking at it, and the airlock looks super freaking weird. Which it would kind of be better to just have it tiled up against those other triangles. So let me undo that. Presto delito. And I can save different versions of it, which is cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think I needed 14 for this. So, going from the largest amount, which would be 5 walls, it would be 40 rockets. 40 divided by 3 is 13. Yeah, I need 14 garage doors. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And of course, 14. So the nice part about this is not only is this an extra layer of honeycomb for the top of the airlock, but it's a walkable airlock without the half-wall unusable crap on it. I think I like it. Is it perfect? No. Is it good enough? Yeah. Does it really have any major weak points? No, not really. Because even if they drill in at the closest point in the airlock, like even if they come in through here, that's what, 8? And then they're gonna have to go through what, this garage door and that garage door, or if they go down again, then there's more garage door, and then there's a bunch of honeycomb or more garage door. So I don't really think that I have to add more to that, because having the stacked airlock is actually kind of beneficial. Not only is it a half wall cap, but I mean, the thing that I'm looking at now is, what is the upkeep on this thing? Up to 15,000 for the upkeep. How many blocks am I at? 400 blocks? Just to make everything even. I mean, I think I like it. I mean, that would all be that much more extra honeycomb. And I would have to put half walls in between each one of these. And I mean, it was 15. Let me clear it. 15. 800 divided by 600. I mean, that's only 26 metal nodes. Which seems like a lot, but it's not really. And then even if you get a basic T, it's that much less. Like, I mean, how much is a basic T? You get what, 20% more basic ore T? You get 20%, so times 0.2. It would be 26.33 minus. I mean, even if you had an ore T, Well, no. I think I screwed up that math. Let me do it that way. So it is, I don't know, 600 times 1.2. So then you get 720, so it'd be divided by 720. So it'd be 1508 or 15800 divided by 720. You'd only need 22 nodes. That's 22 nodes a day. I mean, it's not really that bad. I mean, parts of these, if you use 8 rockets to get through sheet metal, the base on the part with 5 is 40. Part with 4 is what's 36. The airlock is set up for 40. There's not a weak point in the airlock. You try to drill down through the center, because it's pretty obvious that it's just a 2x2 with a bunch of honeycomb. You got what? Is it 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, that's 4. Which has 36 rockets. So it'd be 4, which would be 16 C4. And I don't really need more than a 2x2. And the way that I designed this initially was that I can start out with a stone 2x2 with a honeycomb on it. Where's my other base? Over here. Like, I can start out with this and just add all of the other honeycomb on to it. So like, if I got a stone wall up, like if I built a barricade and then built the stone 2x2 inside, and then as I got more stuff, I could add more stuff to it. Wow, I've been doing this for 4 hours. Well, it's fun. I'm having fun. The only other thing that I could think of doing is if I had a half wall cap right on the centerpiece. I mean, that could go one of two ways. It would either cause them to focus on the half wall cap, or try to go through an easier part next to the half wall cap. And this doesn't really have much in the way of a shooting floor. But I don't want to add more crap to it. In this case, I think I would just add the roof on the outside. Kind of curious to see what that would look like. Oops. No, dude, no. There we go. I mean, this still looks kind of weird. I guess it's good enough. And then as far as the shooting floor goes, I mean, I am not adding a... I mean, what I would probably do is probably just break out one of these pieces. Well, that's kind of not the piece that I expected to break out. I wonder if I did that. Yeah, it looks a little stupid. To the point where, do I really need this stuff? I mean, what's the upkeep on this thing now? Oh! It's still manageable. I mean, it's about double what my other one is, but... I mean, it's almost, what, way more than double than... I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Could I just add the half wall though, instead of having this goofy looking thing? I probably should. I mean, I don't have to add the, yeah, I think I like it. It's goofy looking, but at least now it's got something resembling a shooting floor. I can land a mini copter up there, put a mini copter garage up top. It uses a crap load of metal, but Good shot. But I think I'm calling it a stream here. But yeah, I think I'm calling it a stream here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for subscribing. I'm clicking the button right now.